All right, back at it. We are building today. Where's the box? Warmaster, Heavy Battle Titan. This one. And we have so far gotten this far in the last two episodes, last two videos. And today is going to be the day that we finish. I'm going to pull out the support team here. These are Legio Ignatum, aka Fire Wasps, that I have here, and this is what it's gonna look like when I finish painting it. Something akin to that. Which panels are hazmat, hazard stripes, caution stripes, warning? Which panels are striped and which panels are red and which panels are black? I don't know. We'll figure that out as I go along. I have the idea that I was gonna do there, but things changed, things happened. As we went along, I realized some mistakes were made. I hope. Alright, it looks like everything can hear. If I stop talking, does that move? If I talk now, does that change? I don't know. I think I'm making noise. I don't know. I don't know why it needs the headset on to do anything. I thought I had it working from my I thought it was just pick up from the computer, but it didn't want to do that, so we're not doing it that way, I guess. Learned that about 10 minutes into the first video. At some point, I'll have to experiment and figure out how to figure out a way to test that and get it to work regardless. How's everybody doing today? Yesterday we got to step 57, the guns. Some of these screws are starting to get really empty. There we go. For 15 and 16. So, these are 16s. Oops. Oh, that fell all the way to the floor. And so did that one. So how's everybody doing today? What are we working on? What are we building? What are we painting? Or are we working? Working from home. I have had the last 3 weeks off, recovering from surgery. I go back tomorrow. I would have gone back today, but today is a holiday now. Not one that immediately came to mind when I was looking at the dates for when I was going to be out. If anybody could let me know that they can hear me, just go ahead and say something in chat, please. That would be that would put my mind at ease. And if you haven't already, if you like this, don't forget to leave a thumbs up. Helps me out. Subscribe if you like videos like this. We've got a bunch of other videos on some battle reports, some other painting videos, things like that. Oh, I didn't type anything. There we go. So now we're putting some real firepower down on this guy. Maybe I should glue it. I don't think it's really gonna fit. I don't think. So you get these pieces where they push together, and you can kind of, you got a slot in there where this other thing could, in theory, move, but it's really a tight fit. So maybe it's just not even worth it to have it where it can move. And then let's be honest, they jam up. They jam up when you try to paint them and everything. So maybe I'll just glue it in there anyway. I'll end up never really moving it. I've got a bunch of tanks now at this size where I've got the piece that can move, where it's held in place by the other pieces being put around it. And after I go to paint everything, I end up not being able to move it anyway. It feels like it'll break something. So let's see. This is gonna sit somewhere around here. So I'm gonna have it. I don't like the way that's not fitting. So I'm gonna just go ahead and glue it in. Hello, welcome back, Haldy, Hoity, Haughty. I don't know how to pronounce that. This is what your YouTube needs: random nerds just showing off their cool shit. Uh, yeah. What YouTube needs? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, thanks, man. Reached it yesterday at the end of the video. I think this morning I had 501, if I'm not mistaken. Every now and again, I'll see the number drop, but no, I'm glad. I'm happy I got there. Thanks to you guys' help. 502, awesome. Awesome, great. Just subbed. Oh, welcome. Welcome to the sub. Hello. We're live streaming. What's up? You taking them? Okay. Okay, cool. You say the skeleton dance? All right. Crazy thing about Netflix and who streaming videos for your TV is you end up watching watching like seasonal stuff at any month. No mature content. Hello, welcome. So what's everybody working on? What are you guys building? What are you guys painting? Where's my glue? Ah, you can leave it open, yeah. Okay. So, I'm not happy with the way this is fitting so far. It does not seem to be, it's very, very tight fit in there. And it's not, there's a bit more of a gap there. But if I take this piece out, it closes better. Age of Sigmar Stormcast Eternals Spearhead Box. How many models in that? Your first chaplain at the moment. Nice. I remember my first chaplain. He was riding a bike. 11 p.m. Just started building minis. You've got a Questoris? I've got a Questoris. You doing a 40k Questoris or a Imperialis Questoris? The difference is size. Let's trim this down a little bit more. I should be able to get it. 40k? Yeah. I was showing everybody my 40k Questoris yesterday. What's the loadout? Is Yinsta, is she like a dragon or is she like, sounds like a female name. Is that like a dragon or is that like a like just a character? This is rough. This is a rough fit. Is the other one this bad? Yeah, the other one's just as bad. Big model, just a big character model. That's cool. How big's the carriage? I am a little early. Well, I mean, what time did I start the first day? The second day I was late. Welcome back, Alpha. John. People use her wings for Saint Celestine. Oh, cool. Oh, so she does have wings. If I haven't said your name, it's probably because it's I don't want to butcher it. Hoisty Blaney. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the chat, to the live stream. I appreciate everybody watching this, tuning in this morning. For some of you early, for some of you late. 120 millimeter base front to back. Nice. I'll look at the model. I'll look at that later and see what you're talking about. I like Age of Sigmar in concept. Something about a bunch of dinosaurs. I definitely would love to have a bunch of those models and play that game. However, I already have too much, so we'll have to wait on that. The day may never come, and knowing that a bunch of Stormcast Eternals, really, yeah, Stormcast Eternals, knowing that a bunch of those guys got like, hey, you can't use these anymore. That's not appetizing, to know that like a bunch of things that I paid money for, that I spent time making, putting together, painting, and now I can't use them. And I guess that could happen to anything, right? And I understand that you can't make a model forever, right? Eventually, it's the kit's too old. You want to make new stuff. You don't want to keep making the old thing. And when you stop having having the uh, core principle of, hey, if we're not making this model, we aren't going to have rules for it, so that it's fair for the new people who can't use it because it doesn't exist anymore. And the only way they can get it is possibly by paying a lot more money on eBay. I get that. I respect that. It's still scary. It's still not, I don't want to lose my stuff. Could you imagine in 30 years? 30 years seems like a long time. Could you? That seems like how much time it would probably take for this to go out of style. But I finished this guy, and in 5 years they say, "Yeah, you can't play with that anymore." That'd be terrible. Week of tests for school. When's school out? Yeah, the dyes, the casts, the molds, they eventually wear out, and that sucks. Does Age of Sigmar, does that have the same concept of like legends where, okay, we're not making new rules for it, we're not continuing to make rules for it, but here's the rules for it, and you can continue to use that. We're just not going to change them ever. Next Tuesday, okay. In the U.S. is a pretty big place, so it doesn't all happen at the same time everywhere at once. But they did, for my kids. They stopped school. Was it 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago tomorrow, or maybe it was a week ago tomorrow. Ah, well, let me know when you do play. Oh, that stinks. At least you can invite all your new friends and your classmates to your birthday party, which probably isn't as big of a deal now, but like when you were in when you were first going to school, that was probably like my 4-year-old, he doesn't go to school yet. He doesn't have a lot of friends yet because most of what he does is just with his siblings or people in the neighborhood. Well, once he starts going to school, he's going to make a whole bunch of friends that are all his age. I think school starts like 2 weeks before. The camera got microwaved. What do you mean? What's wrong with the camera? Let me know if I need to fix anything. School starts getting birthday. Yeah. Trying to keep the camera focused on the stuff. It's blurry for you. Is it blurry for anybody else? Maybe I can wipe it with something. Maybe not with that. That's probably gonna ruin it. I got this. Maybe I can wipe it with this. It is a little low def. This is my computer camera, not my phone camera. So the quality is not as good as when I'm on my phone. Everything else I have video on my phone. Struggling to find a focus point. Ah, man. Yeah, probably. I don't see a lot of. I don't have a lot of options on like. I don't see a lot of buttons I can push to try to change anything. I don't see any buttons I can change to fix things. Just games and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's a birthday party, right? Yeah, I like painting models. I painted this guy. I haven't painted live stream yet, but we'll paint this guy live stream. And if people want to see me live stream other stuff too, then I can do that too. For a while, I was thinking about. I had been getting requests, and I had been thinking about doing videos on painting. But it didn't really work out very well. But maybe live stream is the way to go with it. People seem to be enjoying it and liking it, so we'll do that. I don't know how rewatchable a live stream is. What do you like to do, Brian? What do you paint, you build, 40K, 30K? Yeah, it's just a hangout at that point. You hang out with your other 3 friends though, right? What you do, they don't play Warhammer. What you do is you split your force or you get 2 small forces, right? And then they got something they can play with. And then they can if they're interested in it, if they like it, maybe they'll start doing their own stuff. But you show them painted models. Don't have them play with bare plastic. Because if you show them bare plastic, it's not going to look as cool. It's not going to be as cool, right? And they won't be as interested in it. So you paint your stuff up, and that way they'll be like, "Oh, this is awesome." I want awesome painted models too. Don't glue. All right, so here's the weapon. Here's the weapon bicep. And it's going to fit in just like that. And then I can take it out. And as long as nobody knocks the table really hard, that'll stay like that all game. Cool. You gonna give them the Skaven army, or are you gonna let them play the Skaven army? Yeah. US, I think it's 170, something around 170 ish. I got it for my birthday. Let them play it. Yeah. In Skaven you get to say funny things. They talk funny and everything. So how does this go? Like this? Okay. No glue. Still no glue. Take these off. Yeah, definitely. Is this? Oh, I'm looking at the back. Okay, so this piece here. Oh, so that goes like that. Okay, cool. Cool, look at this. So without the gun, it looks like that. Without the gun, it goes in there, that little thing. And then with it, and you'd never want to build it without it. Goes like this. Right here. And this little guy will spin freely. And it's got a nice connection point here. If you can see that. So this thing, this lip, goes there. Giving it extra stability. Well, it's 400 for an army, right? So depending on how many, how big his army is, it costs more or less. Also, Netherland prices. My favorite. Hey, don't worry if you miss anything. Feel free to ask all the questions you want. I don't mind repeating myself at all. My favorite army is. All right, my favorite army of all time is Space Marines. Right, that's what I got into the hobby with. But right now I'm playing Solar Auxiliary for 30k. So these guys, and and the Solar Auxiliary are allied in with some Titans and some Knights sometimes. Uh, but my favorite 40k army at the moment is, and I haven't played 40k in a minute now. Um, is Sisters of Battle. I like the Sisters. I like the mechanic of knowing what my dice roll is. Uh, I think that's pretty cool. I don't like how soft and squishy they are. Soft or crunchy bacon? The right combination of in between. A little bit of it soft, some of it's soft, some of it's crunchy. Um, me and my brother did a cross country trip, and where we drove from Virginia all the way to California, and we cooked up every piece of bacon. I was moving, right? So we loaded up my car. Uh, but my Crayola wasn't. Crayola had to stay behind because she was due to deliver a baby. She had just delivered a baby, so that she was going to take a train to catch up with her parents. And we cooked every piece of bacon. They came home to the house smelling like bacon, and they were upset that they didn't get to have any of the bacon. But we ate that bacon for like took we were eating pieces of bacon like all day, all day for a week. Did you get to hear the answer though, Brian? My favorite army. I know I cheated and gave you like three answers. um, I'm in a league. I'm in a league, but it's like an hour away. And lately I haven't been able to play. Um, an escalation league. So you play against. You've got it's think of a pyramid, and everybody at the bottom tier, they play against each other, and whoever wins goes up to the next tier. And then if you once the tier fills up, you have to play against each other to get challenge tokens, and then you have to challenge somebody in the tier above you to then keep going up to the top. Um, and in that I'm playing, and at the bottom you have less points than at the top. You play with more points each time. So in that, I'm using my Sister's Battle. I'd probably have if Legions Imperialis never came out. I'd probably have finished them by now. But Legions Imperialis came out, so I haven't finished. You didn't call me a nerd, but nerd isn't really the insult that it used to be anyway. I don't think you called me a nerd. Oh, I see. You called me a nerd right there. No, I don't know. I guess I am a nerd, but like I don't know. I don't associate the term with how it was used when I was growing up, I wouldn't associate myself with how it used to be used. So I don't really see it that way. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I'm only using these for these guns, and I have a choice here, and I can either go with the bombard turrets or the anti-aircraft batteries. And depending on my list, if I don't have anti-aircraft, I probably want the anti-aircraft batteries. Yeah, nerd's not a bad term anymore. It's just, and I'm probably thinking more of geek, right? And there's a difference between all of them, where geek is a little bit more computer savvy and stuff, and I don't see myself that way. Nerd is really about a fandom, though, right? Nerd is really just your fandom, and all the I'm gonna I'm gonna use a stereotypical term, right? But all the jocks, right? All the big guys that don't like nerd stuff, but they like fantasy football. Well, that's just nerds for people that like football, right? That's you know. So yeah, I'm playing with toys. I'm playing with toys, Zona, and no, no, I didn't take it hurtful at all. And how long have I have been doing Warhammer since I was 10. I've been doing Warhammer for, let me do math, 27 years. Pick two of each. You wouldn't have magnet. You can pick two of each if you don't have magnets and just agree with the opponent what you will be using. I could. I mean, I could probably also just what looks. Do I not have enough for all four? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I use these anywhere else? B25 and 26. I have 8 of them, and I only see 4 weapons here. Do I use them somewhere else? See you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. I do play tabletop. My main army is uh some split between. So if we're talking 40k, it's a split between um Space Marines, Sisters of Battle, and Imperial Guard. I have 111 models of Imperial Guard. None of them are tanks. They look like this. They look like this bad boy. I got the light shining on me. I forgot to do it again. Yeah, the top turrets. I feel like I have extra little turret things for it. These are my guardsmen. They got like a chocolate chip camouflage pattern to them. I know that's not really the best lighting and camera. My Sisters of Battle, on the other hand, Alpha, look away. You're gonna see more white again. My Sisters of Battle look like this, and on their bases, I put more of my Imperial Guardsmen. So I have more than 111 Imperial Guardsmen. They're just not all models that I can play with. Some of them are base decoration. I also play this right here. This guy is for Adeptus Titanicus and or Legions Imperialis. I could play Adeptus Titanicus. I've only played one game of it. I play I play parody of what? That's awesome. Hey, glad I can make him laugh. Laughter's good. Um, and in Legions Imperialis, I play Solar Auxiliary, but I also have way more Mechanicum. So all of them are from Imperium. I have some table just building my first 500-point army of Space Marines. Welcome to Space Marines. What chapter are you doing? I used to have Tyranids. I used to have a big Tyranid army. Yeah, don't do that anymore. Well, could I just sit them in there? I feel like I could just sit them in there. I'll come back to it later. I'll come back to that. We're gonna. Ooh, we're doing the head. So what? What do you? How does it? What am I parodying? What does he think I'm What about this seems like parody? I'm confused about that. Uh oh, here comes children. All right. Well, yeah. Give him a hug. Here. Hey, come get a hug. Come get a hug. Come get a hug. There you go. Just don't put your face in the camera. All right. Love you guys. Go play. Top turrets would fall if not glued and magnetized. All right. I'll figure that out later. I'll probably go with the anti-aircraft turrets because that seems more like something that a Titan would have use of. Whereas more guns to blow up the buildings aren't. They don't stand out as much, you know. I've got this gun for when I want to blow up a building. And what about that gun? Also for when I want to blow up another building. Ultramarines, you bought the Combat Patrol of Blood Angels so you can play them aggressive melee. Yeah, and you don't have to paint those as as Blood Angels. You can paint them as more Ultramarines. There's a video out there somewhere. I don't remember what it's called that talks about the best value for those Combat Patrols for Space Marines. Um, and like you got Combat Patrol Dark Angels, but you don't have to use it as Dark Angels. You can use it as whatever you want. Yeah, that's a yeah, because the opponent's never really gonna know. The opponent's never really gonna pay attention to it and be like, "What is this supposed to be?" Did they give me extra? Do I get extra of that too? No one's ever looking at your in Legions Imperialis. No one's ever looking at your model and saying, "What gun is that supposed to be?" As long as it stays the same gun throughout the entirety of the game, you're good. Okay. Blood Angel Combat Patrol brings for what's in the Blood Angel Combat Patrol? It's been a minute. I'm assuming Assault Intercessors. What is it? Assault Intercessors and would you like to live as a regular person in the future Imperium? Define regular person, man. This is a question I think people go way overboard on. I'm gonna get hate for this probably. I'm probably getting hate for some of the things I said yesterday too. Um, when the running joke, the running gag, the meme, whatever you want to call it, is uh, would you live in Doctor Who universe? Yes. Would you? We already do, really. Would you live in would you live in Star Trek? Yes. Would you live in what's another one? What's another one of those universes that you could live in? I can't think of any. Would you live in Warhammer? No. Oh God, no. Why would you even put that evil upon me? Average Joe, not a Marine or high. The average Joe spends most of his life not an issue. Um, the tech would probably they have the day. I wouldn't have retirement to look forward to. I wouldn't have free time to look forward to, right? Like, I mean, it's not a great living, but it's not. I mean, they've got technology and stuff. They've got some amount of free time, depending on where you are, though, right? Like, am I born in a hive city? And then you got to ask, am I upper hive or lower hive? And am I born on an ag world? Am I born? There's there's options. There's places where you could live. I wouldn't have a choice in this though, right? And I'm an average Joe, so I'm assuming that I'd be living I would not be living a very comfortable life. And it's probably something close to it probably looks somewhat like the fifth element without flying cars, right? Without everybody having flying cars. Uh but even the average Joe can become a guardsman. Yeah, more or less gangs depending on the planet. You'd probably be more like I'd probably have be mandated to go to church. Uh, yeah, I don't think it'd be as bad as everybody's. I've read books. I've read Warhammer books. They're not all constantly at war, right? Demons aren't popping up on every single planet every single day. Planets go years, decades, centuries without there being a war. That doesn't mean you're not going to war. You might be tithed. Yeah. Um, you might be tithed anyway. Uh, but you can grow up in a pocket of Warhammer where you don't end up in some horrible war, in some horrible battle. You might still be killed anyway because there are gangs and stuff, but that's not to say there's arbites, there's law enforcement, so some mixture of Fifth Element and Dread and some other stuff in there too for the average Joe. Yeah, not all of it because some of it has to be. Some resources have to be going towards. If everything goes to military, and a lot goes to military, right? If everything goes to military, then you run out of everything else, and they don't. Would I be eating good foods on a hive world? No, I'd probably be eating a lot of recycled food. Yeah, yeah, Judge Dredd. The law enforcement would be the Arbites, and they are very much Judge Dredd. I don't know who copied from who, but they have a similar appearance even to them. But also the technology, even though Warhammer technology they have lost so much technology from what they used to have, their technology is still better than we have now, right? They still have things that we don't have. So I would be living in a world with better technology. Would I have access to all of that better technology? No, but I'd have access to some of it. I'd have access to some things. Would I? choose to go there? No. Would I choose to go there to be an average person? No, that doesn't seem to be of value to me. If I could choose to go there and have some sort of grand importance about me, that would be worth it, right? Would I be isekai'd? Would I allow myself to? Would I choose to be isekai'd to Warhammer on the condition that, like, oh, and I will have some great power that makes me a great asset to the Imperium of mankind? Uh, and not said in a vague way where it's a genie's wish, a monkey's paw, where yes, that great asset is you now have to be tortured and dissected and ripped apart every day so that the Inquisition can find out how you work. Not like that. Let's go with something where I'm I'm some kind of leader or something. I'm like Saint Celestine, where I can keep coming back and keep fighting and keep become a symbol of strength or something. Yeah, I'd agree to that. But just how the heck does this piece go together? Would I just go there to be an average Joe? No, that doesn't seem like that's got anything going for me. I don't know that this piece is what I'm looking for. Did I not clip the right piece? GW didn't copy anything from anybody, only from everyone and everything. Yes. Well, I don't want to mistakenly. I like to speak as accurately as possible. So I don't know if Dread came out before GW had Arbites. They're very clearly one inspired the other. 35 and 44. I was supposed to grab 34. I grabbed the wrong piece. So this is probably piece 34 or 44. Where is 34? There's two pieces for 35. Did they give me enough pieces to make two heads? I think they did. That's interesting. His first movie was Sylvester Stallone. Probably came out before Arbite minis were ever created or like showcased. They might have beaten the minis, but did they beat the artwork? And you got to remember, it might be that the guy that did the artwork for one also did the artwork for the other, or both of them took the idea from artwork that was just made. Right? I don't know. I'm not trying to defend anybody, but yeah. Izakais are named Astra Militarum Soldier. Izakai is a named Astra Militarum Soldier. Okay. Would that be the title of my anime show that I would star in this hypothetical? Only if I get to become a perpetual. So to fully answer your question, no, I would not choose to go there and just be an average Joe. But if I was an average Joe there, I wouldn't. I don't know. I'd make the most of it. I'm not gonna freak out. I'm not gonna like lose my mind and be like, "Oh, they're all coming for," because that's how they come for you, right? You got to put aside the thoughts of anything of demons existing, right? Demons don't exist, and that way you don't draw them to your planet. Plenty of people live normal lives in Warhammer, but nobody writes stories about them because you wouldn't care about them. Uh, Titanicus. If you have by Dan Abnett, if you haven't read it, I recommend it. Talks about Titans. Talks about these guys. Not those ones specifically, more Warhounds and Reavers. And it bounces across a couple of characters. Um, one of them is a PDF soldier who is trying to get back home to her husband. Or is trying to survive so that she can return to her husband, right? She's not trying to desert and get to her husband. Um, and another character it talks about is her husband. And another character it talks about is a toy maker who runs a toy shop. See, so here's how I know Warhammer can't be all bad. The dude has a toy shop. Times have gotten tough for him and he can't sell anything. And then the invasion starts and he sees on like the pick feeds or whatever, he sees the loyalist titans engaging the enemy and he gets an idea to create a little toy. It's like I think it's like the way they describe it, I feel like it's a mix between like a stuffed animal and like a remote control car. Um but he creates those and they start selling like hotcakes and he's back in business, baby, right? And if that story can exist in Warhammer, it's not he's not some high noble or anything, right? Like if you have toy stores, and I think this is like I don't remember if the planet is like a hive planet or a forge world or a mix because those exist. But if you can have toy stores and a dude selling toys, there's places in 40K that aren't bad. Or you could be born on Tanith and the entire planet could be destroyed. Or you could be born on Catachan and die to a frog. I'd probably pick Warhammer before I picked Game of Thrones. I feel like an administratum clerk would be a lot of administratum to work though. Those guys are dug in the paperworks. Yes. Catastran is probably like Australia times 2.5. Yeah. Some people have less leisure. Some people are coal miners from the day they're born to the day they die. It's not without flaws. It's not without flaws. And some people, you've got some greedy rich people at the top. Um and you got the nobles and stuff who don't care about anything. But that doesn't mean that you can't live a life. I just wouldn't choose to go there as a vacation or anything. If you gave me the choice and you said what you can be whatever you want to be. I'd take the life of a space marine. Get me past all the training first, right? Give me all the knowledge of the training and everything. Get me past all the surgeries and everything. Hey, you're a space marine now. Um, I'd do that. Yeah, I'll probably die a horrible death when I do die, but I'm taking a lot of people with me. I'm taking a lot of traders and Xenos with me. Hopefully, I could be. I would want to be in a chapter with a stable gene seed, and ideally with kind of a salamander mindset of like take care of the people, as opposed to the mindset of some chapters where they believe that they do bad things to the people because the people don't matter in their minds. Salamanders aren't the only good guys. The salamanders aren't the only ones that that are there to protect humanity. There's others. Somehow the medieval and isolated worlds tend to get better off, but even agro worlds are harsh as hell. Yeah, no, they're not. They're not walks in the park. Nobles will be the ones in the book. Jungle Fighters, awesome story about a guardsman who's the only survivor of his regiment, is being accused of fleeing battle. Yeah, dude, you could be the hero that survives, and they see that as a problem. Corruption settles very early on in 30K. Yeah, and there's a lot of different options on where you can go too. Not every world's the same. Not every ag world's the same. Not every hive world is the same. A lot of choices. A lot of variance. White scars. I feel like white scars is just go fast though, like we were saying yesterday. Like I was saying yesterday, my favorite legion's doctrine would be the Imperial Fist. Because the Imperial Fist, they are good in me. They are they train to fight with the blade, right? They train to they have a feast of blades in the book Legion of the Damned. So they have some camaraderie amongst their other. The Feast of Blades is like a gathering of representatives of all of the Imperial Fists and their successors, right? Um, it's not an inability to move though. There's also the shooting, being very focused on shooting. Um, so they got the Feast of Blades, and the winner of this, there's a bit of a competition, a gladiatorial style thing, and the winner of this event gets to carry the blade of Dorn, a chainsword made by Dorn or carried by Dorn. What's up? What, the frogs? Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys are watching Batowski. Go ahead, keep watching. So whoever wins the feast gets to carry the either blade carried by Dorn or made by Dorn or possibly both. I don't remember. And then I think at some point in the book, somebody is like, maybe an inquisitor or something, is like, "What gives you the right to carry this relic?" Because I want it. Oh, this is interesting. So the Imperial Knight, the 40K scale Imperial Knight, you put the face together, and then you put the face mask over the face, and in this, the face mask and the face are the same piece. Are Primaris Hellblasters a good set to start with? I do have glue and paints, just the set. So Primaris Hellblasters are, the last time I played, they're very expensive. They're very good at what they do, especially if you put them, and I haven't played them in 10th edition yet, right? I think I haven't even opened up my codex. I bought the codex. I haven't looked at them. But I think if you can, you put them with the So this is like ninth edition mindset. But if you put them with the standard bearer, the company standard, when they die, they get to shoot again. So do that, and then when you Overwatch, when you're trying to stop something really tough, you you give them you have them fire overcharge their weapons, and if they do end up dying, you get to shoot them again anyway. Emperor's Children fan, no particular doctrine in 30k other than trying to be the cream of the crop of the legions till they turn to chaos. Yeah, it's the problem with trying to be the best is eventually you try looking for ways to improve. I think they really Emperor's Children. I really think they're they could have been. There are some legions that were only ever going to fall to chaos, and there's some that just could never fall to chaos. And I think Emperor's Children, they really could have, if it hadn't been for that blade turning Fulgrim, they really could have survived. They really could have made it. Problem is, they were just too focused on cream of the crop, and too focused on being the best. So, Hoity, Hellblasters, very good, expensive. I don't know if that's still the case, but they cost quite a bit on the tabletop, um, and they're just as fragile as any other Space Marine. So you got to be careful with them. Uh, but I have had success with them when I've played with them in the past. I don't know how well they do in 10th edition where their rules are different. Yeah, yeah, those three things. Okay, I don't need to hear that, buddy. Yesterday, the last 2 days they were off with Crayola, but today Crayola has them here, so they're a bit quicker to come tell me everything that happens. I didn't say anything. I didn't call for you. No, I didn't. I said okay, bud. I said okay, buddy. Go. Go. Did the rules immediately go from make the bicep gun to make the head so that I would give the bicep gun time to dry? Is that what they were doing? Was that their plan? Uh oh, music stopped. Music doesn't want to play right now. Let's see if we can get that fixed. Huh. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash again like it did day one. Star Phantoms have heavy weapons and destroyers. Okay. Who are the Star Phantoms? Who are the Star Phantoms gene seed from. Gonna try to get the music back up, guys. There we go. There we go. So this is our head. Star Phantoms are mostly unknown. They're suspected to be Lion successors, even though they never were proven as such. They're just a part of the Sentinel founding. Okay. The doctrine for my guys are kind of aggressive assaulting of I don't know how to describe it. I'm not gonna. What am I looking for? Ooh, I get a choice here. I can either do 40 or 42. Here they are. Let's go with this option with the hatch. So one option is right here. Try to angle it for you guys. And the other option's right there. So we're gonna go with that one. It's got some hatches to it. It's got a hatch to it. And a little bit more trim than the other one. What do you think about what do you think about the Lion's return? Who do you think the next Primarch's gonna be to come back? Because we've got all four. We've got the big four. Angron, Mortarion, Fulgrim, and Magnus. And we've got the Lion, and we've got Gulliman. And the Lion has the Emperor's shield, and Gulliman has the Emperor's sword. And that might not be. They might be wielding the wrong thing. Well, I guess they're not wielding the wrong thing, right? Because the Emperor gave it. That's what the Emperor gave them each. And the Emperor is beyond our understanding, so he didn't make a mistake. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so I make one head and then I make the other head? They want me to make both heads? Why do they want me to make both heads? Oh, this head doesn't have the same piece that goes on the top. But it uses the same parts? Herd migrations are no joke. That's a race, right? That's a species. Yeah. So I really only needed to make one head. But I can use the other head for stuff. For terrain or something. And now we are on to the famed plasma destructors. What species? What are? Which ones are the herd? Are the Hrud? What are they? Are they the things in the ghoul stars? $12 and $14. A species that's been present in lore for some time but not used as much. You can first see them during the Barabbas Danatic novels on the Iron Warrior. See prior message to the migration one. Star Phantoms in lore went from. I thought I had read that one. I had not. I can mostly say Star Phantoms in lore went from homeworld to fleet based to homeworld. Gosh damn herds, they accelerate time to the point everything rust around them basically decays. Whoa! That ain't good. In during the Great Crusade, the planet Murder was home to the pseudo arachnids, I believe is what they were called. Um, and I think they end up wiping them out. But I think that's an old bit of lore there. But they wiped them out. But I could see that being an interesting. I could see I myself would be interested in those models, those fights, more about them. And D13. Fighting somebody that causes you to age rapidly is a big problem. I would not want to deal with. Let's put this guy back up here. think it was during Horse Rising. Yeah, an early lore of the Great Crusade has many interesting species and human mutants, but all wiped out, including a race of humans fused with alien technology. Ooh. Well, you got to explain why they don't all get their own models in 40K, you know? And you can't have too many factions in the game. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. See you next time. Have a great day. My goal is to finish this today. And then, when the weather is right, I will be able to prime this guy. And then painting can commence. The tempo on this music is a lot quicker than I was expecting. So what are you guys working on? I don't know who all's in here. Am I able to see a list of people that are in it? No. No, can't do that. What if I do this? No, can't. Yeah. Maybe one day. I don't have access to these features. I don't know what some of those buttons do. I don't know what any of those buttons do. But I know that this thing is going to be finished soon. Because I'm getting to the last few pages. Oh my goodness, there's still so many pages. Okay, I lied. I don't know that this thing's going to be done soon. I hope it's going to be done soon, but it does not seem to be the case. Any other questions? Hit me with them, guys. Oh, I went with this. I went with this head, but I think I get the parts to make all the heads. I think they gave me the option to make multiple heads. I think they anticipated that I would want to magnetize this and swap out heads. I haven't yet looked to see. Yeah. Yeah, I like this one. I'll be honest with you. When I first got the model, I got the model for Christmas. And at the time I was watching these videos. You only get to make one? Hmm. Um at the time there was this video somebody put together like pictures of a mouse in medieval armor, and to the tune of various songs would sing Christmas jingles about all I want for Christmas is a trebuchet. Only a trebuchet will do. Want a trebuchet for Christmas? Only a bigger trebuchet will do. I don't remember how it goes. The song about hippopotamus or whatever. But so my mindset was that I should name this guy something about trebuchet. And I haven't figured out how to make that work. But I think it'd be a fun idea. I definitely need to name this guy. Yeah, Sir Trebuchet, Sir Trebucket. Espirite Trebuchet. I think that has a gothic enough Latin-y sounding name to it. Espirite Trebuchet. Oh, look at this thing. Look at this weapon. You know what? I don't actually need the headset. Can you guys hear me all right like this? I don't need the headset on my ears. I just need it. Oh, on my ears might actually be the most comfortable spot, though. What does trebuchet translate to? I could have done that. I think that one guy that was in here was trying to prank me. Let's see. What do I do? Q&A. How do I... Do you... Oh, God. I don't like this. Go back to live chat. I don't like that. But now I know how to do it. Okay. So there's a separate channel now. This will be easier to... Easier to see me a little bit. I didn't shave today. Need to. Let's roll that down so we can't see my shame. How's the weather for you, Alpha? Hot with a splash of AC. What's hot for you? I gotta look that up. Oh, this calculator is the worst. What? Why can't it just be normal? Oh, that's pretty hot. Yeah, it's pretty hot. I don't know how to make that work. Meh. Well. That's right. We were up here. What do you think? You think I can finish it today? Nice. Okay, that didn't happen. Okay. Ooh. Is this... Oh, not that. Oh, these. Alright, so... What'd you do for these guys? If I'm not mistaken, this is going to connect to the... This connects up here somehow, some way, maybe right there. So that, from the gun. And I got an option on how much elevation I give it. And I believe I can choose to leave it loose and rotatable. You get elbow? This is the elbow. There's another elbow. This is the wrist. Or no, I guess it is the elbow. And then I can rotate the bicep this way. Yeah. Question is, do I make... How do I position it? So it won't be there, it'll be down there. I'm realizing that the way I did this, I've got these spots for the guns. They're angled perpendicular with the ground. Not perpendicular. Parallel with the ground. And I should have given them a little bit of a angle down for these things here and here. So they're just aimed straight forward, and I regret that deeply. Oops. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, was I not supposed to glue the bicep? This? Oh no. You're right. No, that's not a problem. It's just gonna be miserable to prime. Yeah. Yeah, I glued it in there. It's in there now. So all the arms need to not be glued on. That's what I'm hearing from you. What? Oh, okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, so glue the weapon to the forearm. Not the forearm. This next piece that's coming up. I got like a 2-part bicep. I got like an upper bicep and a lower bicep. Glue after painting, then glue to tighten. So don't glue it to the bicep. Hey, stop running in here. Paint weapon. Painting weapon goes into glue 1 and 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Where am I next? Where am I going next? Here we go. All right. I forget, Alpha. Are you working on anything today? Is anybody else in here working on anything? I don't have much to say. I'll say this though. This is a very This is a lot of parts. Ooh, I don't know. No, I cannot figure out where the glue is going for this one. This is a lot of parts. Alright. Stardy's infantry really brings pain in painting. Yeah. Yes, it does. What, I haven't done my Astartes yet. I've done, 3 boxes of Mechanicum infantry, 5 boxes of, solar infantry. No Astartes infantry yet. Yet being the key word. What legion are you painting them? Yeah. Yeah. They kind of have a bad, they don't do very well. If I was the Emperor, I'd be disappointed in him too. Oh, shoot. I gotta do that again. Contrast paints. Phoenician yellow. So wait, is that the name of the paint? Oh, Imperial Fist. Phoenician yellow. What am I thinking of? Is that a purple color? No. Not a purple color I have. What do you think? What do you think the chances are of us getting Dorn as a returning to 40k? Painting everything else. What do you mean? Next 2 years or the next 2 Primarchs? If you're saying the next 2 Primarchs, who do you think's coming back before him? Or do you just think he's not going to be there for the next 2? Whoever those 2 may be. And I guess another question is, does he come back as leader of the Fist or leader of the Black Templar? Or is he either or? Vulcan and Russ. And Perturabo. Vulcan or Russ? I think. What if Perturabo comes back after Dorn as a spite? Because Perturabo, he never went anywhere. Oh. So you're just gonna are you painting the yellow over it all, or are you just painting around the yellow? Didn't Gulliman like have to pull Dorn out of the Iron Cage? Because Dorn just like didn't care or something. That was not supposed to happen. So are you only doing Imperial Fist? Is that your entire army going to be Imperial Fist, or are you doing a combination of a few things? Because my thought was to do Siege of Terra, White Scars, Blood Angels, Imperial Fist. I thought that would look really cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't remember where I read that or where I heard that, but I've seen that somewhere, and it was kind of hinting that Dorn was not really doing his best, not really thinking clearly, kind of like willing to sacrifice everything. As to what the Iron Cage was, not even sure. Was it an actual Iron Cage? Was it some giant labyrinth on a planet? I don't know.
Zoro.com knows that every job is important. And for more than
Hang on a second, that's not good. Doing multiple and annoying. Too much non-game Bible. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think I don't like the way some of the Legion traits are. White Scars being a good example. Like, what do White Scars get? Your bikes and your skimmers are better. What about everything else? What about my infantry? What about my transports? White Scars did not only use bikes. They did not only use skimmers. They did not only use flyers, things that had jinx saves, you know? There was they did more stuff. And I just don't I don't like that on the table they're really only gonna be their only edge is if you take those things. Because I don't want to take just those things. I want some tactical squads of White Scars. That's kind of what I thought. Okay. This little guy goes this way. Bunch of sensors on this guy. Alright. These little guys are coming along. Body of the gun now. Hello there. Welcome back, Dad. How's your night going? I am hoping to finish this today. 5 p.m.? Okay. I can't remember. Who was it that was... Oh, that's right. Yesterday I started a lot later. Yesterday I had a bunch of appointments and stuff, and I didn't get started until my 12, which would have been your So we started at 6 p.m. Oh, nice. Good bit of sleep there. I have I had the last 3 weeks off for work. Today's a holiday. Otherwise, I would have returned to work today. But tomorrow I go back to work for the first time in 3 weeks. Still got a big old surgical cut, scar, incision, whatever you call it. Still got a bit of a healing wound. Healing a bit too much for me to be the most excited about going to work and lifting things. Conversion beam disruptor for the direwolf. Oh my goodness, I couldn't say a single word of that right, could I? Not to save my life. What is Corpus Christi? I've never heard of that. Today is, in America, it's Juneteenth, which I think is a better name for a holiday that you have on June 16th. Because June being the 6th month and then calling it the 10th means it's, it's like calling it, it's like saying 16, you know? But, I think it probably is older than me, or the concept is older than me. The holiday itself they only started recognizing very recently. Church holiday. I'll have to check that out. I did find your channel last night. I'll have to check out some of the videos. I liked the table setup. No, I think I was looking at I didn't click on any of them yet, but you got some crazy looking. It looks like a Minecraft build or something. That was kind of cool. Look like a very big Minecraft build, or some other similar game. Oh, you had a bigger one? They keep. I kept making new worlds because they'd change how everything would be put together, how all the biomes would come together, and I didn't like the way it looked, where my world would suddenly, here's this nice open plains, and suddenly there's a rock wall because it's supposed to be a mountain. So I kept making new ones, and I guess they've changed it how they do things now, and it doesn't do that the same way. At least it doesn't have the same drastic change anymore. So I've kind of put something together in my world that I don't like, that I didn't. The function doesn't really work the way I wanted it to. From point A to point B, I didn't position it properly. Timberborn, okay. Never heard of that one. So what bigger one are you talking about? Bigger conversion beamer? Table. Oh, yeah. No, it looked really cool, though. I was looking at it this morning. Or no, I was looking at it last night. Interesting. All right. Do you play as a beaver in this game? All right. I think these go like this. Whatever this is, it's got a bunch of commercials. There we go. Post-apocalyptic setup with beavers took over Earth. What? Okay. That sounds interesting. Sounds interesting. I might look that up. Maybe I shouldn't look it up because I might buy it. Don't do that. Oh no. I'm running low on paint, on glue. Except for there, where I just spilt glue all over everything. Really? All right. I'll check it out. I'll watch your videos and see how it looks. I won't be able to understand them, but I'll give them a look. Oh yeah? Okay. Cool. So I'll read them. Pretty sure. Yeah. What am I doing now? 25's on the top, 24's on the bottom. Oh no, I'm supposed to be doing 22 and 23. I almost messed up. Oh, there's quite a few pieces to this. Need another one of those somewhere. What's happening?
This smell like
Yeah. Yeah. How many kids you got? Two, 4, and 6. It's a tight age group. There's 13 years between me and my sister. Really separates the two of us.
9 years 9 years older than the first, or 9 years older than you? That's an age gap. By the time you were going to school, they were towards the end. Whoa! Welcome back. Welcome back yet again. You've missed a few things. So, oh, I almost spilt glue everywhere. So we built these. Yeah, I think you were here for that. Put them on. Probably shouldn't have. Oh well. We got the head. You're gonna be painting that separately. Goes in there. We got these guys. Been working on these for a while now. There's another piece that they'll go under, but they go here, and now I'm working on the barrels for them. So then I've got one. I don't know. Yeah, there's a few pages left. There's only well, I guess I'm over here now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages left to go, and then we will be oops, and then we will be done, and then it'll be a wait to see when I can prime it, because it is humid. It is humid over here, and you can't prime in humidity. I need to get a nice good humidity-free day to paint this guy, to prime this guy. And then I got another thing I want to do. I've got all the tiles and stuff. Got all the tiles and the buildings. I was thinking I would prime the tiles. I'm not done painting buildings yet, so I'll wait on those. But I can prime the tiles, and I can do, like, I think I'll prime the roads black, and I'll prime the rest of it, the stone, the flagstone, and the cement and the sidewalks. I think I'll do that in a gray color, and I'll be partially done, and then at least while I'm, for the battle reports and everything, for having them on the table, at least it won't be bare plastic. It won't be finished, but it'll be somewhat done. David, we were just recapping. So yesterday you missed, I think you missed most of this, if not all of this. Yeah, we got a lot going on. We got some weapons. Today I did this. This was part of yesterday. There's a little bit here that can come up. I'm gonna prime it with that in, so that I can it fits, and I don't make it so it can't fit back in. I was gonna have this piece be able to come out, but then I glued these on, and that kind of sticks it in there. Hey, Crayola.
Hello.
What do you got?
Pre-op stuff.
Oh, okay, we'll talk about that later. So today, all of this has gone on. I do have these pieces out, and ready to go for it. I'll prime them on so that I can, I'll prime it with them on so that that's not, or I'll tape this. I'm either going to prime it on or tape it because I want to have a good connection point for it. I've done it before. I have the Realm of Battle for the tiles. I have the Realm of Battle for 40k, and I've done it all. And all I did was prime them, and I prime them, and then I didn't use any airbrush or anything. I painted them by hand. I would sneak home during work. I would sneak home for lunch, and I would get a little bit of painting done, and then I'd rush back off to go to go back to work. When I was on recruiting duty. So we've got, and I've got all the weapons. I've got all the weapons, and they'll push fit in to here. And it can rotate still. It can't go up and down, though. And I feel like I've got them kind of angled straight ahead. I should have given them a slight down, as though they are shooting down at something because of how tall this is. But oh well. Mistakes were made. And now I've done this piece. And I've got this piece that I'm working on. So the gun is getting made. I don't know. It probably goes something like this. Yeah. You missed all but one leg. Oh man, yeah. So the legs are done too. Nice tiles, but painted them without ever. Yeah, no, they're tough. They're tough to swallow. They're pricey, but see, I don't consider the buildings and the terrain. I don't consider the terrain as part of the army, so I don't consider them as part of the Grey Penance. So, where I haven't been able to buy anything, I've spent the money on buildings and terrain, and that's my workaround. Maybe bought some, look awesome. I'm glad I get to play on them. Yeah, and you can do it. You don't need them. You can do it with a gaming mat for much cheaper. I'm a glutton for thematics. I'm a glutton for appearance. I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, boys math. Boys math indeed. I'm not allowed to buy this. I'm not allowed to buy something, but I give myself, I have a financial budget for a little bit of Warhammer each month. And seeing as I can't buy any Warhammer, seeing as I can't buy any armies because I have a Grey Penance to atone to for, I just spend that budget on terrain. Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, my gaming mat is only like 4x4 or something. I don't even know why it's that size. I think it's 4x3. And I got that when I was playing War Machine, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna start investing in some terrain and making some terrain for this game. And the war mat will be what I play on. The mat, yeah, that is true. You save time on a mat by not having to paint it. But you can change the tiles. You can change the appearance of the tiles. So if I paint the tiles, I could do that. I could do that on the live stream, but I'll need to set up like a little table beside me to paint and then set to the side to dry. and because I'm gonna have to go through step by step on them. I went a little basic. I went somewhat basic with my basing. What happened there? It's like an oil spill on this guy's feet. You guys can't see it on camera. I went a little basic with it though, and I did the base the entire, all of the base is the same color. There's no difference between what is street and what is sidewalk or flagstone or whatever. Not that I'm sure that they actually put a different texture on any of that stuff, but it does have me thinking, oh, I should have done that differently. Or not. They are tiny. Oh, you also missed, and I didn't know it at the time, but we hit 500 subscribers yesterday at some point during the video. As soon as I finished the video, I looked at it and saw that we were at 500. And somebody said today that we're already at 502. So I guess a lot of people see a live stream. Thank you. I guess people see live streams and I guess they pop up on feeds or whatever. I don't know. I guess it shows it to more people. And than regular videos do. 3 days of live streaming and I gained more subscribers than months of filming and Great Penance. What is WP? Well played? Yeah. Yeah. Titans should have better bases. I don't want to put anything crazy on the Titans though, because I don't want it to look like if you put a little command bunker on the base, you know, and the guy with a sword saying forward, and then the Titan moves forward inches and the command bunker's still there. And the infantry is still with him, it's like, oh, you guys are coming with me. It's a mobile command bunker. I kind of don't want to do that. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna make scatter terrain that has those things. I'll make scatter terrain that has the footprint of the Titan where the Titan stepped or something. I think that's. I love seeing it. I love seeing it and stuff. I've seen a pictures. Somebody did like all their Titans. If you put them in a line, it's a trench network that stretches across all these bases. That's really cool. That is awesome. Um, but I wouldn't. It would feel weird playing with it. I wouldn't be against playing it. I just don't myself want to have that there on my guys. But I do feel like they need some stuff, I don't know. Oddly, I don't have this issue with my 40k stuff because my Sisters of Battle all have, not all of them, they're spaced out and stuff. But my Sisters of Battle have like bits of dead guardsmen and stuff on them. Or in some cases, a whole dead guardsman slumped over at his little sand bunker, sandbag defense post. Crash up the slider. Number 3 of my Red Squadron. Red Squadron, nice. From Star Wars. Thank you. I haven't painted my Arvis lighters. I'll do that at some point. I may have to get a second box of Harvest lighters just to use for scatter terrain, for destroyed bits of everything. Which is expensive to do, but again, wouldn't count as gray pile of shame because because it would be terrain and not models. So that's how I'll justify its purchase. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm over here looking at all the spare bits that I get out of a Titan box, and I'm wondering how do I make this into scatter terrain of a dead Titan? I have a budget for Warhammer. See you next time, gamer or dad. Thanks for coming. I have a budget for Warhammer, and I can't buy any Warhammer right now. And if I save that budget for when I do finish all of this, all of my Gray Shame, I will just spike up my Gray Shame and have more Gray Shame. In an ideal world, I finish all of my, I finish my Gray Penance. I finished my, I finished the Gray Penance, and I am able to go. I'm able to buy a box at a time and finish that before buying anything else. That is an ideal world. It doesn't help that GW says, "Hey, here's 5 boxes and you want 3 of each of them." And we're going to release them all at the same time. Oh, I was also so I was thinking about names. And when I got this box, it was around Christmas time, right? I got it for Christmas, so it was Christmas Day. Special thanks to my mom and dad who support me in my hobby and got me 2 heavy 2 Warmaster Battle Titans. So at the time there was somebody was like parodying Christmas songs to be sung by a mouse who was on like a medieval crusade and would sing about, a lot of the songs were like, "Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need. All I need is a trebuchet underneath the Christmas tree." Just nothing but trebuchet. So trebuchet themed Christmas songs from a mouse. with a vengeance. So I, at the time, I was remembering earlier today that I had wanted to name this something trebuchet. Somehow fit trebuchet into the name. Not sure how I'll do that. Alpha said something about what was it? Sir Trebuchet? Sir Trebuchet? I don't remember what it was. And then my thoughts were Spirite Trebuchet. I thought that was Trebuchet. Sir Trebuchet. Is that the pilot's name, or is that the Titan's name though? Oh. Sadly, it does not. Now I'm curious though. All right. Oh, these are big guns. These are big guns. Does that not fit? Fits like a Lego brick. This piece fits like a Lego brick trying to snap in there. All right. Really gotta force it in there. I do still need to also come up with names for the other two. Come on. Down you go. Which way's the top? Oh. All right. Yesterday we hit like 30 viewers at one point. Had around 20 for most of the video, I think. Lost a lot of it when I got a phone call. And then thanks, buddy. And then today we hit like 40 for a quick minute. So that was cool. As soon as I can finish this. As soon as I finish this, I'm gonna look at the weather for the next few days and see when a good time to prime is gonna be. I might not get a good time to prime. Titan McTitan face. Alright, well, I appreciate the effort. Crayola also likes to give them silly names like Forklift and Sunflower and what's another name? Matchstick, Candlestick, Really Big. It's called Ogren Minions. Helanthus. That's cool. What about Helanthus Trebuchet? Or is there some other way to pronounce Trebuchet that I'm missing here? It's going to be Sunflower Trebuchet. Helanthus Trebucheticus. Trebucheticus. Am I saying it right? Helanthus. I need to write that down. I like that. Is it an I? Because a plasma destructor is basically half the energy of the sun, right? I know I've said it a few times now, but I appreciate you guys being in here and being contributing to the conversation. This would probably be a lot quieter of a. Well, if it weren't for David, I wouldn't even know that we're not. We don't have any voice. So yeah, especially with the first time doing stuff. I'd like to figure out how to get it so that I don't need to wear a headset to do it. I'm pretty sure my computer has a microphone. Um, you know what? I've probably disabled it. And that's probably why it didn't work that way. So I guess there's that. Oh yeah. For a second, I thought I did it wrong. Done with Terminators and Plasma from 2 boxes of infantry. Nice. I want to see how they look. You gonna post them on Discord? And that beefy plasma weaponry from the dark age of technology. I don't think they know how to make this weapon in 40k. I'm on Discord. I don't have a Discord myself. I don't have my own Discord channel. I was considering making one, but I was considering making one for the Eagle Spire Gaming, but I assume I need moderators for it. If I do that, I don't know. I'm assuming if it gained any level of popularity, it would need moderation or something. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, yesterday somebody came in to the live stream and started kind of throwing a lot of what would it be, potty humor? I don't know how best to describe it. Saying things that are borderline inappropriate to inappropriate. And I don't know if if it should be allowed or not on here. So I went and deleted the most offensive portion of it. But so even something that's not popular, somebody's gotta, and that someone could be me up to a certain point. Yeah, you gotta have rules or stuff, or people just do whatever they want. All right, yeah. So now these are going on here. What do you think? Should I make a Discord? Oh, mama. Try and see what happens. Yeah. I'll give it a shot. Anybody on any Legions Imperialis Discord channels already? When I finish building this guy, I will make a Discord channel. You know, because for a while I didn't think I would be doing any live streams, and then I decided to do one, and I'd say it's been a big success. So I will make a. I didn't think I would do a Discord channel. Let's do one. What's the worst that can happen? Oh yeah, that's. I had it upside down. That's. I think I'm missing something. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something that goes here. Okay, that we haven't gotten there yet. Oh, it's got a little It's got a little gun that goes under this. It's got a little gun. It's a little gun that goes under it. A coaxial. It's got a coaxial gun to it. Discord channel has a subgroup where Legion Imperialis is discussed. Okay. My local gaming store has a Discord, and there is a Legion Imperialis / Adeptus Titanicus channel. And it's pretty much just me talking in it. It's pretty much just me saying, "Hey, anybody want to play?" I'll get some answers and stuff. They, John will respond. Yeah, yeah. Could you imagine, guys? We gotta shut it down. This Eagle Spire Gaming sub channel, this Eagle Spire Gaming channel on Discord. Shut it down. No more Legions Imperialis. We do not want to be associated with it anymore. All right. Gotta be careful with these little guns. And we'll do this one too. Wait a minute. This one doesn't. Oh. Okay. I see what's going on here. There's a left and a right to each gun. Okay. These sprues are getting real light. So when War Machine first came out, I was still playing at the store that I first started playing Warhammer at when I was 10. I don't remember how much time had passed, but I played, I believe it was titled Crix, the black Necroni, not Necroni, Necromancer-ish death lich worshipping faction. And I played that with my brother for a little bit. It was a lot of fun because like you could do things like throw, like if you want to do something that's not in the rules are attack and other stuff that you make up. And yeah, Krill or something like that. I want to say it's Crix, but I don't know. And no, because Krill is the blue one, right? Yeah, they had some pretty cool stuff. They had the little doggy things, and they had, yeah. So we each bought the starter set, and then we bought the other thing. And their big thing was like all of our models are made out of metal. Yeah, Ragnar. I don't know. All of our models are made out of metal because we believe in metal, and metal was a pain to put together. And we ended up, and he was playing the white ones, the Retributors. Ooh, thank you. I didn't even ask. Oh, let's get that out of the shot. Dr. Pepper's not sponsoring me, so I am not going to sponsor them. Although, Dr. Pepper, if you're watching, come on. Yeah, dude, they were all miserable, and I had some. Hey, love you. I had some of the little ladies with whips and everything. They started coming out with infantry. Oh, those were a nightmare to put together. I sold them all. I sold them. I was done with them. Fun game. And then some years go by, and I started playing. I moved to this area, but not here. Uh, and I started playing at that local game store that I go to now, where I did that one battle report at the store. They had a guy. It was very popular. This was right before their third edition came out. It was a popular game. People were playing it. People were doing stuff. And I looked at the factions, and they had added hordes to the game. So it was War Machine was one game, and Hordes was another game, and they both were interchangeable. So you called it War Hordes, or at least we did locally, or some did locally. And I looked at the factions of Hordes, and I loved the Legion of Everblight, the dragons. So I started collecting those. And for a quick minute, I didn't have any gray shame there. And then I went and ruined it. And now I moved. I bought some more stuff. I played like one game since I moved, and third edition came out, and nobody plays it anymore. And I moved back here, and nobody plays it anymore. And I would love to play that some more. I guess people hated third edition. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know why the game died, but it is dead out here at least. I really like the way that game played too. It is a shame. No desire to kit bash any of that stuff though. No desire to kit bash anything. I think I had painted I had the I can't remember her name. I had the archer lady painted up. I had one version of her painted up, at least, because you can play different versions of things. For anybody that isn't familiar with it, you can play different versions of them, and they come with different. Their rules are different, So like later in life, maybe they find a new weapon, or they develop a new tactic or whatever. So they change. They're different. They become stronger. They become less melee focused. They become this. They become that. Whatever. And the archer lady, I think she has she goes kind of like Logar, Space Wolf Logar, with it, where she rides on a chariot pulled by some stags. And I had her done, and I want to say they're called like the twins or something. So it was two twin commanders. And they were kind of tricky to play, like ninja assassin style type stuff. Where one was a spellcaster and one was just like a melee beat stick. And if you use their ability properly, you can like send her into combat, kill a bunch of stuff, and then jump out of combat. You get out of the combat and get back to safety. And I like the play style where, so a lot of the game was like, you've got your army, they've got their army. Your goal is to kill their commander. You kill their commander, that's pretty much, that either is the game or it pretty much is the game. And all you have to do, so sometimes like, oh, I've lost my entire army, I have one guy left, and you still have most of your army. But everything I've just lost, I lost so that I could position this properly so that I can send my commander, charge him into your commander, and kill your commander without you being able to really stop me. So that's nice. That's a nice thing where it's like you could be at the end of the game. You could otherwise be pretty much defeated, but you still have a chance to win because it's a game about positioning is a lot more important in it. I don't know if I had. I don't think I had asparagus. I never got them. I think I had like when I had the whatever that faction was. I had like the starter set at the time. So like 2 of the little doggy guys, and then a regular guy, and then I had what's this? And then I bought another guy that was I bought another little mech warsuit guy that had like a harpoon, and then I bought a unit of infantry which was these witches or something with whips, and they could, if enough of them hit you, they could kind of like hold you in place or something. I'd love to see that game played again, though. Don't know if it will. Don't know what happened. You know how they say Warhammer almost died in 7th edition, and they did something, and they did something to prevent it from dying, and it came back, and it's doing pretty good here in 10th edition. I don't know if it's doing as good as it was in 8th or 9th, but it's doing better than 7th. And I don't think War Machine. I think War Machine might have like. I could be wrong. Maybe it's a local thing. Maybe it's a local issue. I think they might have like kicked the bucket proper, and they don't have an option to come back. Little spotter gun here. All right. My guess is that this goes on the opposite side. So they had it there. And this one's gonna do the opposite. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna go big side over here. I don't know. I think people didn't like the 3rd edition rules. I don't even know what changed much for 3rd edition though. I guess units got better or worse. I think some units got worse, right? And then they did away, they had something called, the company was Privateer Press, which is, you know, referencing to pirates, right? Reference of pirates, privateers. They had, I think they were called press gangers. So they had, as a person who goes to a store and plays the game, you could pretty much you could enroll to become a press ganger, and essentially you were a representative of the company without being an employee. And you would host tournament, you would run demo games, host tournaments, and they gave you free stuff. You recorded everything that you were doing. They gave you free stuff, and you had access to buy things that only press gangers could buy. So you had access to what would it be called? You had access to exclusives. You had exclusive items for yourself. And then if you hosted like a tournament or whatever, they'd give you like, you'd get points and stuff for like, hey, here's a reward, here's tournament incentives, here's prizes, prize support. They gave you prize support and stuff, right? The idea being you're keeping the game alive for them. And I think around the same time as 3rd edition, either slightly before or slightly after, they canked that. They got rid of that because I got into it because this dude at the store was like, "Yeah, I'm the press ganger. I'm trying to grow the community here." And it was a kid, he was like getting ready to go to college soon. A kid by my standards. And he bought he had bought, or he was working on, a starter box for each faction, so that new people interested in the hobby could play any faction of the game against him and decide like, oh yeah, I like the way these guys play and I want to build that up. And he was hosting tournaments. It was fun. It was a good time. And they got rid of that at the same time as like doing other things that destroyed the hobby. Ugh, that stinks. See, I don't collect. I don't collect to say like. I don't collect to say, hey, here's this list. Yeah, I think they got rid of him. I don't know if they got rid of him entirely or they just stopped supporting them or something. Like, I don't know. I think part of my memory's a little fuzzy. It might have been in relation. I am seeming to remember. I could be imagining this. But I think there was something like a press ganger did something, and like they did something they shouldn't have done, and that kind of trails back to the company, right? And the company has to like, oh wait, well we can't be responsible. We're not responsible for you guys. Increase in points and not price, and saying to people you can't play your army by new. But there's one thing in saying like, hey, here's my army. And you say, oh, well, you can't play this army anymore because it's too many points. I can still play with this, and I can still play with this. I just can't play them together. That's not the same, though, right? Like, GW said, hey, you can't play with these models anymore, period. Except for Legends, which I guess kind of works. But, like, it was marketed as a competitive scene, yeah. Because some of those special lists stunk. Some of those special, like, I had gotten, for my Legion of Everblight, I had gotten the, like, giant ogre spear thrower guys because they worked well with, at the time, if I'm remembering correctly, they worked well with the Blightbringer, which was kind of like a Corpser from Gears of War. And the synergy, though, I didn't enjoy the synergy of them. I didn't find it to be a good synergy. Like, it wasn't my play style. I liked so much about the Legion of Everblight, but then, like, they got rid of some of the, none of the special lists really fit me. They weren't really what I wanted to do, you know? And so I don't know. I don't care too much. I don't buy the models to make a specific list, and then when the points change, oh, my list is useless. I can't play my list anymore. All these models don't work anymore. I buy the models because I like the models. I buy the models because I like the models and I want to use the models. As long as I can use the models. Oh, but you can't use him and him at the same time anymore. Well, I'm going to use him and him. I'm going to use somebody else then. I don't know. There's a story I'd heard, a caution tale for Warhammer, about somebody goes and they buy a bunch of Cornite demons, right? A bunch of hounds and stuff. And these were the old metal models, a pain to put together. And the store owner is like, you should buy what you want to play. You should buy what you like. But the guy was like going for a very specific, very particular net list, win at all cost list or whatever. And these models don't look the best. Don't put together the best. They're all metal models and stuff. They're older stuff. I think they've since probably redone these models. Otherwise, they don't sell them. Corn demons, corn like hounds and stuff. And according to this guy that told me the story, GW changed the rules. New edition came out. GW changed the rules. GW changed the stats. Army went from being like super competitive to mediocre, possibly garbage. Guy came back in, dropped off the models, and left. Like, I don't want these anymore. I can't do anything with these. This is garbage. Why? It's like, dude, rules are gonna change. Rules are gonna change. I acknowledge that. I don't like the idea of increasing the points of things by 10 points. Okay. Tell mom. On her head? Oh, okay, that's not good. Granularity, I guess you need granularity and stuff, but like if you increase the points too much and it makes it just not, it's not balanced anymore, then that's an issue. I like War Machine used the 2d6 system. So you didn't roll 1d6 to hit, you rolled 2d6 to hit. And that created a lot of granularity too. But I think they increased the granularity of things, but they didn't really change how many points a standard army was. So it made the game feel a lot smaller. Like I like playing with a few things, I got a big collection of stuff. I want to get to play with a big collection of things. Otherwise I need to play a lot of small games to get to use all my stuff. But I like the way it looks on the table when you have a whole bunch of stuff. When you have a whole bunch of stuff that's all painted the same, that looks really good, you know? Yeah, I tell you though, those models the new models look, the proportions are so much better. Uh it's ironic because it's right around the time, for a long time, back in third edition when I started, you had tactical squads with the heavy weapon support gun, right? And the special weapon. And the demo game that I played that got me into the game was a tactical squad with a missile launcher or something versus and a land speeder versus a bunch of Drukhari warriors, Dark Eldar warriors. And I had and like their transport thing, right? So this thing that I needed to shoot a rocket launcher at to hurt, and everybody else couldn't hurt it at all. And they all had to shoot the same thing. So I actually probably wasted a bunch of I lost the game because my guys were all trying to, I was trying to hit this transport thing with a rocket launcher when really I should have been killing all the Drukhari first. Um, Without split fire though, that missile on, a las cannon in that spot just doesn't really. You either got 9 guys not doing anything, or you got one guy with a really big gun not doing anything, and either one of those options just isn't that fun. So the option to split fire in recent editions has been fantastic. However, Space Marines now don't come with 9 guys, 9 bolters, and a big heavy weapon. They come with 10 guys with bolters, or 10 guys with heavy weapons, or 10. Everybody's armed the exact same. That's an interesting. That's interesting. That by the time by the time that flaw is gone, uh, it didn't matter. Although I guess 10 guys with missile launchers, you don't want them all. You don't necessarily need them all to shoot the same thing. Yeah, yeah. I'm not playing to win. Winning's nice, right? I'm not over here trying to lose, but like I'm not. I'm putting my list together because I think it looks good. I think it looks good on the table. I want to get to use all these tanks. I think it looks good. I think it's interesting to have this thing. I just finished painting this really awesome Warmaster, and I want to see it on the table. Warmasters aren't bad though. He might win. By that guy, do you mean that guy that wins? That guy that they perceive as trying too hard to win? It might be undercosted. Oh yeah. I sometimes stop if I sometimes I stop making the best choices in games if I think I'm winning by too much. And sometimes I end up losing because of that. Because I was wrong. Because I don't want to win by a huge margin in a game where we're trying to have fun. You know, I don't want my opponent to not have fun. You know, the dice are really going in my favor. Like, ugh. So I'm not trying to lose, but I stop really. I don't try to lose. All right, see you later, Alpha. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the help too. I don't try to lose. I just stop like looking for what is the best thing for me to do right now. Where exactly do I need to put this unit to keep them out of line of fire, but allow them to shoot the exact target that I need them to shoot, so I can get perfect. You know, I stop going for that and I just say, let's just move them forward. You know what? Those guys are pretty close to me, and I don't like them. Let's shoot those. But I think the Warmaster, is either undercosted or everything else is undercosted. Except maybe infantry. Can't really make infantry too much cheaper. But you could probably knock off a few points off of some of the vehicles. You could probably knock off quite a few points from Titans. Titans and Knights. Excluding the Warmaster. I don't think you can really change any of their stat. I don't think you can. I don't think there's a huge need to change the stats of things. Like, oh, should it be harder to kill? Should its guns be better? I don't think that's necessarily necessary. When you can change a few points, and now it doesn't matter that dies too easily, because I can have more of them. It doesn't matter that this other thing. It doesn't matter that the Karachnos is stronger than the Kairos if the Kairos is cheap enough. Although I do think the Karachnos, I wonder if it's supposed to have a point defense gun that is able to hurt tanks. That has AP against tanks. I think that might be a mistake. At least at those points, you know, it's kind of spicy. Coming up to the end. D11 and D9. Oh, and I do this twice. Okay. So I should have cut off the other pieces for this at the same time. Whoops. Now for this Discord channel I'm going to make, should I Should I advertise that to? Should I advertise that on a post? No, I guess I'm worried people might see it and jump in it just to cause problems. People that have nothing to do with Warhammer, the community. Warhound Titan with the Swarmer missiles is surprisingly good against most targets that are not another Titan. So, fun fact about that: the Swarmer missile is the Vulcan Mega Bolter is the exact same thing, but with 2 extra shots and less range. The Swarmer missile has, I think, double the range. So if you like the damage that Swarmer missiles do, Vulcan Mega Bolter is just better, but you have to get closer. So if you like the distance it can do that at, then the Swarmer missile is ideal. I think I'm going to make my next Warhound will be Swarmer missile and Turbo Laser. Is it really 24 versus 36? I thought Vulcan Mega Bolter is 20 versus Swarmer's 40. I'm completely off. Oh, it's 35. It's 22 and 35. I mean, it's a significant range difference, right? 22 inches, you're getting shot by las cannons. 35 inches, you're not getting. 35-inch range, you're not getting hit by las cannons. So there's that. And then you have to ask yourself, is the damage? You know what 40 inches is? The Turbo Laser. Turbo Laser Destructor. 40 inches, yep. So I'm going to pair those up. So it can have a big gun against a big gun with some damage against it for those harder to hurt tanks, and then the Swarmer missiles can kind of do what they do against other things. I wonder if I feel like some of the light weapons, or even the light AT weapons, should have a higher to hit, at least when fighting infantry, right? So a light weapon can't shoot at anything but infantry. Well, arm or walkers or something. Can't shoot at tanks, right? And maybe a light AT weapon like an autocannon hitting a tank on a 5-up is the right number. But it should probably be hitting your infantry on a 4-up, And that's because the Thunderhawks have that 2-up save, and that makes the Swarmer missiles, the volume of shots just doesn't matter because there's no AP. See, 2 Swarmer missiles would be 16 shots at 20, 25, 24. No. 30, 35-inch range. That's pretty good. And I could see myself making that Warhound. But I feel like the alternate weapon doing something different isn't a bad choice. So I'm kind of stuck on the 2. because I'm not going to use magnets, and I've got plenty of them. What you do is you change light AT so that it also says that you lose. You have -1 to hit against vehicles, and then you change the stat on the light AT weapons to 4. Yeah. Well, yeah. For you, do you. Uh, you magnetize it. You build a couple of warhounds. You magnetize all the weapons. Now you never have to worry about how do you want to load them out ever again. You could test out how do you like Double Swarmer, how do you like Swarmer Turbo Laser. I wouldn't do Swarmer and Vulcan Mega Bolter because that's just doing the same thing at 2 different ranges. And you could use that to your benefit, right? You could use that to your benefit, and you could say, well, I'm going to get within 24 inches. I'm going to get within Vulcan Mega Bolter distance of those guys, but I want to be able to reach out and touch these guys as well. So you could make it work, but it may not be the best practice. Because part of the strength of the Swarmer missile is your range. And if you take away your range, I mean, you might as well just take away your range. You might as well just go for the extra shots. Yeah, I would do that. It would have an impact on. There are a few light AT weapons that already have a 4 up to hit, and it would make them worse at hurting tanks by doing that. But is that necessarily a bad thing? I mean, because part of the problem is tanks cost too much, infantry costs too little. I don't want to increase the points of infantry and have. I don't want to increase points on things because I want to have a lot of things on the table. And if you say, well, now infantry costs more, so you can't have as much. That's not fun. They do. Homogeneous weapons do work better in the game. But I think realistically, real world, and thus fluff, I think it makes sense to have multiple weapons for different jobs, right? You would probably have warhounds that had, in the real world or in the fluff, outside of the game, you would probably have warhounds that have the same, 2 Vulcan Mega Bolters, but you would also have warhounds that have a long range gun and a short range gun, and they'd work. They'd use and they'd have a little bit different of a style of approach to what they're doing. They'd have a different role in the game in the combat. It would work. They would make it work. And I believe this to be true. I believe this to have real world application because in modern military, you have sidearms that are not the same as your primary weapon. They don't serve the same purpose. But in a game standpoint, homogeneous weapons have just always worked better. And I think that comes down to, I think you could mix weapons that are not ideal with each other, you can make them work. They have a higher skill difficulty. Homogeneous weapons have a lower skill difficulty, and that makes them so they are easier to use and easier to get good results with. I believe you could make it work. It'd just be harder. And that's not ideal. And to some extent, you'd be fishing for the ideal situation to use it, and that just wouldn't even come up, right? So like a turbo laser turbo laser is such a bad weapon. Not a bad weapon, such a bad example. Or is it? I guess a turbo laser, right? To shoot at something with high strength in the back of the table, shoot something with a high save, armor save, off in the distance, where you don't want to get close to it. And you pair that with a flamethrower. Not an ideal combination, right? You aren't using both of those weapons against the same target. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying harder for you. I'm saying harder for everyone. It'd be a skill issue, higher skill level for anyone involving it. I know you're joking. Oh, and now I see that you confirm it. So turbo laser, destructor, and a whatever the flamethrower is called would be not necessarily the ideal weapons to put together, right? And you use the turbo laser to shoot, some Lehman Russes in the back of the map with Vanquisher cannons that are trying to shoot at you. They're trying to damage your stuff. And the flamethrower, while this warhound, warhounds have 7 move speed. They're pretty quick, and they can bring firepower. And you bring the flamethrower to clear out buildings in your back line that deep strikers inevitably move into, right? That's how you would use that. That's how you could make it. You could have it so that you've got that combination. That could be its plan. The problem is, wouldn't you want to have 2 turbo lasers to shoot the guys at the back, to shoot those Lehman Russes with? Probably, right? I mean, I guess if you hit them, if you get both your hits and they fail both their saves, and it's a unit of 4, they are now retreating off the map, right? They failed the morale save, they're now falling back and they're retreating off the map. So there's that. Alternatively, the Warhound isn't the only source of damage that's coming at them. It's just a hammer blow that you can have from anywhere coming in. You can make it work, but it's not. And I guess the mindset would be at some point, and they only have a 32-inch range, so you could stay out of line of fire, right? So the flamethrower would be, you use the flamethrower to kill the infantry that's coming up to you. You use the turbo laser destroyer to put shots onto land raiders that now can't hit you because you move out of the way. You move away from them and you stay out of their range. You don't need to kill them this turn. You just want to hurt them to set them up to fall back later. That's a more difficult way to play the game. If you do it right, I guess it could pay off. It could pay off if you do it right, but it's going to be harder to get it to go right. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So you probably won't ever see anybody doing that because it's just not as ideal. But those flamestorm cannons, that Tempestus or Firestorm, whatever it's called now, that's those are pretty cool. Pretty good way to burn out those buildings. I still don't know if the I still don't feel like the FAQ was clear on how to use them. What's it called? The Inferno gun. You'd have to make sure that they wouldn't be able to. You'd have to make sure that they aren't able to just shoot something else, though. At that point, you're kiting them. You're engaging them while they can't engage you, so it doesn't matter that you can't kill them this turn. And at some point in the game, you'll either run out of enemy infantry or you'll run out of enemy tanks. So having all of your weapons invested in killing one or the other prevents you from being able to perform at the end of the game when the enemy doesn't have that thing. I'm also liking Shock Pulse. So I've been seeing people say that they don't like, oh, first fire is not good enough. I never use first fire. I don't think they're playing right. I'm not saying first fire, you should always use first fire every turn. In fact, the last battle report I did against Star, I absolutely kept picking first fire on units that she was then able to say, I'm not going to move into that area. I'm not going to move where that guy can shoot me, and your first fire doesn't matter. But I partially did that to show. I did that to show her some concepts of the game. I did that as a learning lesson, and also a little bit to handicap myself. Right, that was her first game. Gave myself a handicap. I gave myself a few handicaps, I think, but to say that first fire doesn't work, like no. You can first fire is very powerful when used properly. It's not overly powerful because it does have a downside. It does have a flaw, but it is not. What is this thing doing? I wonder if I want to. I might glue this on. Wish I had alpha right now. It's not the perfect order that you should use every turn. I like to set up, especially with a Vanquisher cannon. I like to set up a turn one, and I'm playing on the tiles, so there's some, not every time, because I like to set up the board so that this doesn't exist. But if there's an alley going straight down the board, a lane of fire, a street. It wouldn't be a street. It wouldn't be an alley. It'd be a whole street. Turn 1 Vanquisher Cannon, Layman Russ. Unit, anybody coming down there is getting hit by that. I'll do that even if I know that the enemy can just avoid that street, just so I force them to avoid that street. They either don't come down it and they have to force all of their stuff down different ways, or they come down it and I hit them, right? If I don't get to shoot that unit that turn, I lost 200 points of shooting. Okay. If I do get to hit them, I get to hit them before they get to do anything else. And then in later turns, maybe I don't first fire with those guys. Maybe they probably need to advance, unless a lot of stuff's on that street now, and there's things for me to shoot at. Ideally, I'd have a master tactician there where I can change the order and move them out of the way. And what I haven't been doing is I haven't been giving myself that option to change those orders. And part of that is a little bit of handicapping myself for the last game. I couldn't do it because I didn't have. There's no master tactician on those tanks, but a little bit of handicapping myself for playing against my kids. Later turns, moving on to movement becomes a bit more tricky, especially when you play with a lot of terrain and stuff that you can't see through. You need to be able to move around and hit those things. So, the stuff that you moved up turn 1, you first fire with some of your tanks, and other things move forward. And then turn 2, those things can now first fire on different approaches. That's how I like to play it. First fire on 12 arty pieces. Would like to have a word. Oh, yeah. No. Always first fire those things. Ironically, so part of the strength of artillery pieces, some people say they're overpowered, some people say they're underpowered. I think they're actually right where they need to be. They're very expensive. They're very expensive, and they don't do the most damage. But they do that damage anywhere. And when you can continue, if the game lasts multiple turns, as it should, and you can continue to put that damage anywhere in the map, you are able to support. If the table has enough terrain, you shouldn't be able. Your long range units on one side of the board should not be guaranteed the ability to help your units on the other side of the board, because there should be stuff in the way. There might be some slivers of line of fire that you can shoot through, but your opponent, knowing that, should be avoiding them, right? And that means that your units on the left side of the board might discover that they need support. And 12 artillery pieces will provide that support. Ironically, though, so putting them on first fire lets them do that, lets them do their damage before the enemy has the ability to get their shots out and use their stuff. Ironically, having them on first fire means that when your guys on the left side of the board have done their damage and they couldn't do enough damage to force the retreat, or they couldn't do enough damage to kill that unit, your artillery is already gone, and you don't have the ability to say, okay, this is where I need to fire, because they've already gone. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there. Just having already on the welcome back, Kiwi. I haven't seen you in a minute. Can can affect how your opponent plays. Also good, fun to use. Oh yeah, no, it changes everything. Because no longer can you say, all right, I'm going to put these guys behind a building. Instead of putting them in the building where they can get shot, I'm going to put where they can get shot by those missile launchers that ignore the cover anyway. I'm going to put them behind the building where they can't do that. My artillery can still get you. However, a 40 point artillery piece against a 7.5 point infantry unit is not a good return on investment. Oh, I was doing this wrong. Okay. Wait, was I? I was not. Okay, it goes here. What do you think? I think should this? We lost Alpha. He's not with us anymore. I'm trying to decide if this should go on or if it should come on later after it's been painted. I think I'm gonna do it later. Oh no, I'm not saying infantry fighting the artillery. I'm saying so if I've got a building here, right, and your guys are over here, and my guys are over here. If I move into the building, you can shoot missiles at me and hit me, and it doesn't matter that I was in the building. So something I could do is I could stand behind the building, and now you can't shoot through this to get them, but the artillery can. But is killing these guys important to you? Killing them is important, but maybe they're not a threat right now. Maybe you can wait unless there's an objective there, and killing me keeps me from capping the objective. There's going to be a lot of sub pieces to this. So many sub pieces. So many sub pieces. Okay. That's just the same thing. Oh, wait. Okay. These are different. There's a 33. There's a 30, a 31, 33, and 32. Oops. What's the difference on them all? Oh, quite a little difference. Okay, but they both look the same for their guns. So one gun gets one and the other gets the other. Alpha said to paint the armor separate from the model. Disclaimer, I have not assembled the Warmaster. If infantry have reached my RT, then the enemy have fallen into my trap and are about to suffer from overconfidence after wiping 90% of my troops off the board. Yes. Yeah, if they get to your... If they think that they've won the battle because the points tell them so, and because they've killed all of your people on the table, they've fallen right into your trap because it's the battle that happens after that where they realize that you've got 9,000 points in reserves. Yeah, we're gonna stick with what Alpha said. He would know. He has done it. And I'm looking at it. I look at the pieces. I'm asking the question rhetorically, really. I already know the answer. I can see that I can't paint under it. And I want to glue it on because I know that if I glue it on, I don't have to worry about gluing it on later once it's covered in paint. But I know that I can't reach the stuff under it. I can see it. I already know it. People make it sound like it's impossible to protect your artillery. Like you're gonna get your artillery charged turn 1. I mean, I guess if I hadn't had to deal with something before, I wouldn't have expected it, and I might make the mistake. I realize my opponents don't have drop pods because I haven't given them drop pods, and they don't have deep strike because I haven't made anything with deep strike. So I get that my experience is very limited in this, but like if I knew that my opponent had those things, I'd keep my own infantry. I'd keep a few things around my artillery to protect them. If I have 4 artillery pieces and you charge them with a unit of 4 assault marines, I don't even need to kill your assault marines. I don't need to beat your assault marines to the charge. I just need to charge your assault marines with my own guys, and now your assault marines have to fight my guys first. I'd have to have the initiative for that to work. If I don't have the initiative, then I'm going to. You come out of the Thunderhawk, and I'll just charge you then. Like, and you can't charge them if I've got them bubble wrapped. Imperial Fist infantry have reached your artillery, and then the enemy have fallen into your trap. Oh, no, I already read that. Okay. I thought you were telling me something that actually happened. Why does this music sound so Halloweenish? All right. That is... I can't put any of that together. Okay, so now they're telling me to do this. Telling me to put it together. Can I... Oh. Can't make it less dark. I am thinking I won't glue this together. Yeah, I could easily have it sit there, and as long as I don't knock the thing down. Do I think the Warmaster is better or same as Reaver? Benjamin? Here's the Warmaster's legs. They're as tall. Do you mean like per point? Two Reavers versus one Warmaster? Warmaster's 750 points. I think the Reaver is... I'm going to look it up real quick. Reaver is 415 points. So you can't quite get 2 Reavers for the price of one Warmaster. But if you could, assuming you don't give them both warp missiles, the Warmaster is better. I think a Warmaster kills 2 Reavers easily. Off the top of my head, not looking at any stats or weapon profiles. I think a Warmaster can single down a Reaver and kill it 1-on-1 easily. I don't think a Reaver has the firepower to get through all the void shields. Again, excluding warp missiles. So I think if the Master kills a Reaver in one turn, which it absolutely has the firepower to do so, and then it turns its attention to the other one, as long as the Reaver doesn't get into close combat with the Warmaster, because then they're just locked in close combat and they can't shoot each other. Um, Sorry about that. Headset dead. As long as the Reaver could have melee weapons, so you don't want that in close combat with a Warmaster. As long as the Warmaster can continue to shoot, I think it killed two of them. I think if the Reavers go first, Warmaster's still better than a Warlord. You're not getting two Warlords for the price of one Warmaster. You're not getting a Warlord and anything for the price of a Warmaster, because the Warlord's only six. The Warlord's 600 points, 600 and something. So it's only 100 points cheaper. Warlord Battle Titan. Yeah, it's 150 points cheaper. So you just can't get anything else to go up against it. The War Master has so many points, and this is the heavy battle titan, so it's got the two plasma destructors. The other one does have quite a bit of melee punch to it, so that makes it that could be an edge for a gun toting, but it has 12 void shields, right? So it doesn't matter that your warlord has two volcano cannons. It has to get through all of the void shields first. And you have to get through all the void shields and then hit it with the volcano cannons to start doing the damage, right? Because at the end of the turn, I get to start rolling to see if I get those 12 void shields back. And statistically, I should get half of them back. So it's the best Titan. 1-on-1, it's the best. Even a single, even if you did a Reaver with warp missiles, they don't affect the shields. So, and I think you can do 8 damage to it total. So if you don't kill it in the one turn, now you don't have your third gun and you still have to get through all of those shields. So um yeah. That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts on those, on how to compare the two. Now, a an alternative way to interpret that is Warmaster versus Reaver, who is doing better against enemy tanks? Because I can have I can have the Warlord, or I can have the Reaver. I can have the Reaver and a Warhound at the same time, right? So I get a little bit more firepower. Um, a bunch of these guns, not all of his guns are not all of his guns are as long range. A bunch of them are short range. A bunch of them, there's a bunch of las cannons that are stuck shooting at the back. There's a bunch of guns that are point defense. There's a bunch of different stuff on here that does different things. So, you know, but he does have these two guns here, can be pretty much any of the guns that you put on top of a Reaver, um, or that you put on a Warhound. So essentially, he has a Warhound built into him. with either 2 Vulcan Mega Bolters, 2 Plasma Blast Guns, 2 Turbo Laser Destroyers, 2 Apocalypse Missile Launchers, which you wouldn't have on a Warhound, 2 Flamestorm Cannon, whatever the Inferno Gun, 2 Inferno Guns. There's like 6 guns. I can't remember what the other one is now. Melta Guns. You can have 2 Melta Guns. Are they melting? They're not Melta Guns, though. Melta Cannons? Yeah, 2 Melta Cannons. So he's essentially got a built-in Warhound already in him. And a Reaver and a Warhound is 20 points cheap. 20 points? 5 points cheaper than him. I think that's 5 points cheaper. And then his actual guns, this right here. Here you go. There's a Reaver. There's his primary gun. It is as tall as him without the top hat cannon. Yeah? Actually, come to think of it. That'd be pretty cool, huh? Yeah? I'd like that. So that makes him, that alone is already more firepower. Because then he's got the 2 primary guns and he's got a missile rack right there. Already the same firepower as these 2 guys. And then you add in las cannons for days. Just las cannon. There's a little butt cannon here. These joints are also guns, defense guns and stuff to keep the enemy from getting closer, and just way more shields. So, I've heard it said that they are undercosted. I think it's possible that everything else is overcosted. But yeah, thanks for the question. Great question. Glad I could help. Yes. So so this is it. This is the last bit that I have to do. I have to cut a few more things off the sprue that we skipped on day 1. But everything else is just putting it together, and I'm not doing that until I paint it. So we are just about finished, and not a moment too soon, because we are already at 4.5 hours in on today's video. Benjamin, you got any Titans of your own? Done with this. Oh. Okay, so I'm done with that for now too. And those are the Apocalypse missiles that I'm not going to do. Oh, I got to do those still too. A bunch of these I won't be doing. All right, so let's see. You got Warhound built but not completely assembled. All right. Just the one? Do you have a 18, 19, 20? Do you have a Legion Imperialis army? Titanic starter and the Imperialis starter started to build a Reaver. Nice, yeah, very. I've got the same. I haven't opened the Titanic starter. I should do that, because it's got 2 Reavers, it's got 2 Warhounds, it's got 2 more Lancers in it. Oh god, so many Lancers. Looking at Warlord versus Warmaster, as it's a $35 difference. Get the Warmaster. Personally, I'd probably go for the Warmaster Heavy Battle Titan, There's two different Warmasters. There's two different Warlords too. The Heavy Battle Titan is this one that has all the guns. The Iconoclast Titan, Warmaster Iconoclast, has 2 melee weapons. And here, I'll show you what the box looks for that. The Desolator Chainsword, which is just a melee weapon, and the Crassus Siege Drill, which is an even bigger melee weapon. Yeah, which I think, my personal opinion, I've never tried it yet, haven't built it yet. Trying to get a Titan into melee with worth it being in melee with is going to be difficult to do. So here's the Iconoclast, and as you can see, it's got a big fist and a big sword. It's got a few guns up on the top. It does not have nearly the same firepower that this guy has. And I think Titans are going to do a lot better with guns than with melee. I built this guy with a gun because I pretty much had to. I'm sorry, I built this guy with a sword because I pretty much had to. But hopefully one day he gets to use that sword in combat. That would be ideal. Yeah, only 150 points more, so not too much to put into not a lot of work to put into a list compared to the other one. Not much more work. And actually on a mech or a dark mech army, very easy to make that the centerpiece of your army. And like I said earlier, it's either undercosted in points, or all the other Titans and tanks too, to some extent, are overcosted. Yes, sometimes you have to give a Titan a CC weapon just for rule of cool. So this guy here, this Reaver, also as of yet unnamed. He is. It's a laser destructor top hat, car face weapon, melta cannon, and a Reaver chain fist. And the reason I went with melta cannon and Reaver chain fist is because the only other gun he came with in his box, I wanted to give him a Gatling cannon, and I technically have Gatling cannons in a box unopened, or Gatling laser destroyer, whatever the Gatling weapon is in there, because they're kind of closer range, I guess. The only other gun he came with was a volcano cannon, and volcano cannons have engine killer, and so does this, and both of them are very low shots, high range, and in Titan Death, engine killer weapons cost more points, so I gave him the chain fist to keep his points cost down. I don't magnetize anymore. I may consider magnetizing for this guy. I'd rather just build another one of these, but I regret it because I'm never gonna get to use this thing in close combat. I have a homebrew rule that I will use. Knights and Titans should be allowed to advance into enemy melee combat, into engagement range, with anything smaller than them, because there's no value, there's no reason why my Reaver cares that it's stepped next to your guardsman. He wouldn't care. So he doesn't need to be on charge orders. And then he can swing his fist down. There's multiple people piloting that thing, commanding that thing. There's, the princeps can say, like, target firepower, all firepower onto this guy over there, and 18, 19, 20. All put the firepower over there, and what is going on? Is there two 19s on this thing? that might be 20. I might have skipped one. Put all the firepower over there. You there with the, whoever's controlling the left arm. Go ahead and swipe at those guys and kill them. I think that makes the melee weapons a lot easier. But a dark mech army versus a loyalist army. So you're going to build both of them. Is that what you're saying? Trying to balance the two forces, but a Questoris built a Questoris and larger spider bot overlord. Want to try and paint them to table ready and then start on infantry, but going to try to learn the rules as you go. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad thing. I've got a couple of videos that you might be interested. I don't know if this is my first time reading your comment, seeing from you. If it is, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the video. Gonna plug my own brand here, but I do have a few videos of battle reports, and I don't do it in all of them. I do like. Oh, cool. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I don't do it in all the videos, but I do talk about some of the rules. I'll talk about some of the interactions and stuff. So I don't know if any of that'll help you. I personally probably would need to. If it were me, I'd probably also need to read the rules, because I know I don't cover the rules in perfect depth and volume. A little bit of a flaw, I guess. But yeah. Got the bat rep saved up for when you get deep into painting. Yeah, no, I haven't done it recently, but I like building and painting, watching a bat rep. I haven't done it at all for this guy because we've streamed the entire thing, which is cool. I did. So you liked it. Good. I'm glad you liked it. As we were talking about, I don't know if it was yesterday with you or maybe it was Tuesday in the first video. Yesterday without you or Tuesday where you were here. People said they like that I don't script everything. I don't script anything. I might make a few notes like, hey, talk about this. So I am a bit of a loose cannon, a scatter brain, just talk about whatever. And so it does have me at times wonder, did I cover that right? Did I go off topic too much and completely ruin it? So I appreciate hearing that you guys like it. I know you probably actually already said that you liked it before too, but thank you for saying it again. I appreciate it. Builds my confidence. Bunch of terrain, some build, some you're gonna try to work up in battles, block by block. Nice. I like that. I like that idea. Originally my idea for the campaign was that the campaign battle reports was that we were going to just continue to play on the same setup, and just as buildings got more and more destroyed, we just keep taking away the buildings. We just keep going from we'd start off with 100% of the buildings on the table and we'd replace them with ruined buildings as we went, but my ruins don't really fit. My ruins don't really match the buildings that I have, so they wouldn't really be a good representation. Awesome. I know that I made a few mistakes here and there, and some have pointed them out. I know I'm not perfect. I'm okay with that. So you're trying to balance the two forces. So what two forces are you building? You got Dark Mech. Are you going to do Dark Mech with allied in automata or support formation of automata? We do need ruined industrial terrain. I will at some point. Right now, my focus is the armies. At some point, though, I will put focus towards buildings and the terrain, and I will make scatter terrain of dead titans, specifically warhounds, because there's more spare parts to them. Scatter terrain of blown up things and buildings and ruins and all that kind of stuff, tanks and vehicles. I don't know if you were in the live stream when I did it previously. I've shown them a few times now. Here's in 40K I played Guard, Space Marine, and Sisters of Battle, and here is a Guardsman. This is the color pattern for my Guardsman, the Quantico 75th, and here is my Morhen Val with a Quantico 75th veteran dead at her feet. Not by her. She's avenging him. Not specifically, but the guard held the position, and the sisters are there now to recapture it. Hold the line, if you will. That's not true at all. That's not true at all, David. We have traders on this channel. I'm married to one. Dark Method with a few titans. Automata seems a pain, and the army box I got lacked infantry, so it's the tiny box. What army box did you get? You can afford to stay away from the Thanatars. You don't need them. If you do end up with any, you can put them in your force. Not a problem. I am aware I've yet to purge her. But she does buy me things. Please don't purge your wife. You forgot to put a hashtag in there. Hashtag please don't purge your wife. I actually don't use hashtags. I don't know how to use them or what to use them for. Nurgle aligned Dark Mech and Loyalist Solar Ox, Space Marines, Titan, crazy buying stuff very late at night. That'll happen. That'll happen. Therapy shopping. I've done it. That's how I got my table. My table is from Kickstarter. Apparently, a lot of people on the Kickstarter for that table did not get their table. The company could not meet the demands that they had promised, and I was lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing a piece to this. Is it this piece? It might be this piece. It's this piece. Backstory of a few of your Warhammer 40k armies. Nice. Are you talking? Is this for your Legions Imperialis stuff? If they come out with demons, I'll probably get, depending on what's in it, and I really hope they do. I want them to come out with demons and custodes. I imagine it may be. I might have to wait till next year, right? Or maybe it'll be the end of this year. The end of last year was Mechanicum, so maybe the end of this year is Custodes and Demons. I don't know. I can see them going and doing another release of Space Marines, or maybe they don't. Maybe Space Marines have to wait a little bit. If they do, how am I going to make sure that this is facing the right way? If they do, I think I'm going to have to shoot. If they do make demons, though, and they do a battle box, they do demons and they do a battle box, a battle group like they did for everything else. Depending, I definitely want to get one of them right, so that my wifey can have her can have a little force, little Terra invasion force. I can see that I might need. This is miserable. I can see that I might need to. How is this supposed to go? Depending on what's in it, I might need 2 battle groups. But I don't think I'll go too much more than that on them. You know, I might need. They might come with some extra stuff that I need to get a few more things for. You know, but I don't know. Really want Dark Mech and Warhammer 40k. As far as Imperials, they may act out the new Horse Heirs that released Saturnine. But we'll love to see Demons and Custodians. Yeah, they've never had. Even Mechanicum is only like within the last 10 years. Maybe a little bit more recent than that, which actually is a significant amount of time when you think about it. But half of my wargaming career, they didn't exist. Custodians also didn't exist for a long time. Demon, they have to, right? Like, that's the logical. The next factions are Demons and Custodians. Unless you call it something other than Custodians, right? Because Custodians and Sisters of Silence, I think Sisters of Silence will be a part of the Custodians. I don't know that they're big enough to be a separate thing, right? It'll probably be some unit. It'll probably be some unit of its own, right? You know, some detachment in it of its own. But not its own faction. I don't think Sisters of Silence have tanks or anything. Custodians, I know they have tanks and everything. I could really use. I don't know how to make this work. I don't know how to make this work. Maybe I paint these. Maybe I paint these and then I put them on and then I can hang them one at a time, and that way I can kind of get them to take the shape that I need them to take. Here's the only problem is I don't know how to make this one fit. This one here doesn't seem to fit. I don't know if that's because. So is it supposed to go to the bottom? Is it supposed to go to the top? And then this piece doesn't fit either. Oh, never mind. Never mind. There's a slot. There's a slot on the back. Can you see it there? I know it's small. You see those 2 little things? Those fit into the spot. So there's a bunch of overlap. I thought that it was. I was just gonna try to do it. I was doing it the wrong way. Okay. Okay. Cool. So the question is, do I want that over? Do I want to paint them first? I think I do. I do because I'll probably put hazard stripes on that too. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. You know, they're always, be it a new Space Marine squad and for a Space Marine squad, they need to make new things so that you buy more things, right? Because if you only play one faction, they need the fans, you and I, to buy something. So they're always trying to make something new that you want to buy, and sometimes that means a new faction. Why did we get Leagues of Votann? Why did the squats come back? because it's something that existed in the universe that they could bring back and people would buy. And they saw that. They saw that with Sisters of Battle. For a long time, Sisters of Battle really didn't exist anymore. They were just some metal models. And people worked hard to get them to see that, hey, we want Sisters of Battle back. So they did. And it was successful. So they made more stuff for Sisters of Battle. And then they said, hey, let's bring back SWATs. At some point, they're going to come to the point where, okay, what else do we have? What's another idea? Well, we haven't done Dark Mechanicum yet. So they'll bring it. It'll come. You'll get it. You might just have to wait a while. But if you can't have it in 40K, you can have it in Legions Imperialis. All right, so all of this is going to be a nightmare. There's so many individual pieces. It's going to be a nightmare to prime. I'm priming it all silver. That'll make it so much easier. All right, we skipped a few things, so I got to go back and clip out those panels. Panels that go to the legs. I'm not going to put them on the legs yet. Chaos Space Dwarfs. I don't know about that, man. That might not be. I don't know if we can be friends now. I'm just kidding. I mean, that's just Votan painted red, though, right? C3 and C2. Oh, there we go. These are going to be tricky to figure out. After I paint them and I can finally put them on the model, it's going to be difficult to figure out where on the model they go. Gold trim. Everybody's getting gold trim. Falling to Chaos sounds like something Filthy Xenos would do all right. Well, that's the thing. For a long time, I thought that Dark Eldar were just Eldar that worshipped Chaos. And I think to some extent they kind of do. But really, I think they don't, right? That's what happened. Yeah, yesterday a guy came in here, started talking about how he didn't say the word, he used like slang and stuff to say it, but he was talking about he was basically talking about Dark Eldar and how he likes to be inappropriate with them. And he was doing it right around the time that somebody was in the chat, and I was like, "Oh, you've got the same name as my coworker," and it was my coworker. So that was interesting. All right, I'm not gonna make it in time to finish this thing in 5 hours, but we are very close to finishing. I will finish today. Hoping the Chaos Votan rolled into Dark Mech. Valric has claimed launch box of 11th is Orcs. Chapter Master Valric? So best Dark Mech is an add-on army in 11th, but who knows? They are. Ha ha! I like it. I love a good pun. My kids were watching this show on Netflix called Hildy. I think it's Hildy. And this little fish was like, "Oh, I'll tell a joke," and it was a pun, and nobody in the show laughed, and none of my kids laughed, and I laughed. I enjoy a good pun. I think I'm gonna paint it live too. I probably won't be able to paint as long as these builds have been. Well, especially considering I've been painting them while I've been building it while on my these last few weeks I haven't been to work, and that all ends tomorrow. But I think I'll paint it. It might be shorter sessions, which is good because until I finish painting it, I don't have any more great penance to do. I won't have any content for great penance. I'll do some battle reports. We'll get some battle reports going. I will be starting chemo, so hopefully I can still do a battle report for that. Chemo is different than surgery. Chapter Master Valric, how often is he right? I don't know. I know that he's sometimes right. He's got somebody on the inside, or he's just really good at guessing, right? Like that's got to be the case. Yeah. I haven't watched him in a long time though, and even when I did watch him, I didn't watch him much. C5 and C4. Okay, I was skipping this piece because it looked too much like the Eye of Horus. But I see now that it is not the Eye of Horus. I was mistaken. Yeah, yeah. So I didn't say it. I haven't said anything about it in any of the outside of the live stream. I think I did mention it yesterday because I got a call yesterday about it. So I was under the impression that I was either under the impression of, or I was optimistically hopeful that the cancer I had was just going to be an issue of cut out the organ and then I'm done. But the biopsy came back and the result is, well, you need chemo. And then the CAT scan came back and, well, it's already grown. It's already going to your lymph nodes, so those need to come out too. So it's either 4 months of chemo or it's surgery, and then possibly chemo, and the chemo could also possibly become surgery. So, not sure how I want to go about that. I'm leaning towards I do chemo instead of having them cut me open and do major surgery to remove the lymph nodes. But I don't know. There's downsides to both. But yeah, due for another battle report. And depending on how when I can prime this, that might be the next thing I'm able to do is a battle report. Okay. See how these go. Yeah, we need to do that. The part of the reason behind not doing the campaign has been I wanted to have something more to put on the table than what has already been on the table.